The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Daley. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Let us pause and bow our heads in an attitude of prayer. Almighty God, source of all wisdom, justice, and grace, we gather in this historic chamber today to fulfill our sacred trust to the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We ask that you bless the legislative work ahead, guiding our discussions with a spirit of humility, mutual respect, and a shared dedication to the common good. Today, we are profoundly honored to welcome into this House our distinguished dignitaries from Ireland. We thank you for the deep and enduring bonds of history, heritage, and friendship that unites the Emerald Isle and the Keystone State. Lord, we reflect today on the profound legacy of Irish resilience, a spirit forged in the fires of historical adversity, famine, and hardship, yet defined by an unyielding endurance, hope, and an unbreakable love for freedom. We recognize that this same resilience has shaped Pennsylvania, carried across the Atlantic by generations of immigrants who labored to build our communities, our cities, and our Commonwealth. As we introduce and honor our guests, we ask that you grant us a measure of that same steadfast resilience. In the face of our modern challenges, give these representatives the courage to walk through political storms, the firmness of purpose to stand for the vulnerable, and the wisdom to seek common ground. May the spirit of hospitality and partnership flourish in this chamber today. We pray for a future of continued collaboration, blessing our visitors, our leaders, and all those whom we serve. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance. Sergeants at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the journal from Wednesday, June 17, 2026 will be postponed until printed. The following journals are in print and without objection will be approved. Tuesday, February the 3rd, 2026. Wednesday, February the 4th, 2026. Thursday, March 19th, 2026. Chair hopes all the fathers have had a very happy Father's Day weekend. Colleagues, we'll do our guests. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum today to start session this week, Representative Daly, who serves our neighbors in Montgomery County and who serves this institution on the Ireland Trade Commission, has some special guests seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum. We have the Consul General, Gerald Angley, who is a part of the Ireland Department of Foreign Affairs since 1999. And we have newly appointed Deputy Consul General Katie Dawhan. The chair had a moment to meet with these guests today and learned that there is a $9 billion economic impact of trade between the country of Ireland and this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. With these guests, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, the chair has two special guests shadowing her today. We have from Bucks County, Morgan Marshall, a rising senior from Bucks County, and we have from Lycoming County, Calissa Reed, who is going to Penn State this fall in their Distinguished Schreyer Honors College. With these two students who are shadowing me today, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. We're so proud of you. Our colleague who serves his neighbors in Montgomery County and chairs the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus has his favorite constituent here. Representative Nelson has his best half, not better, his best half. Sharice Nelson, his lovely wife for over 24 years. Sharice, welcome to the floor of the House. We're always glad to be in your presence. Madam Principal. Also seated to the left of the speaker's rostrums, we have the 2026 Pennsylvania House of Representatives scholarship winners who are joined by the Office of the Chief Clerk. We have from Representative Fleming's district, Kushal Gairay, who just graduated from Central Dauphin and will be attending Penn State. And we also have from Representative Briggs' district, Roan Matthew, who just graduated from Upper Merion and will be attending the University of Penn. They are here with their families who are in the gallery. Congratulations. We're so proud of you students on winning the scholarship. We have guest pages in the front of the House. Representative Prokopiak, who serves Bucks County, has his daughters on the floor. We have Annie and Amelia. Please stand, Annie and Amelia. We're so glad to have you. Welcome. And Representative Kenyatta, who serves his neighbors in Philadelphia, has his goddaughter, Selah Thomas, who is a guest page. Selah, welcome to the floor of the House. It is the chair's honor to join Philadelphia County's Representative Cephas in welcoming the men of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, who have traveled from every corner of the Commonwealth for their annual Omega Psi Phi Day here at the Capitol. Of course, this organization was founded in 1911 at the Howard University. There are over 750 undergraduate and graduate chapters, and among the many distinguished guests that are in the rear of the House, we'd like to acknowledge the chair's neighbor in West Philly, Al Spivey. We also have Amir Sharif from the 2nd District, Derek Green from the 2nd District, Darren Anderson, the CEO of the Urban League. We have Terrence Jenkins from the 3rd Coordinator. We have Qasim Rashad, the Social Action Chair. We have Harrison Potts, the Federal Reserve and MSP Chair. We have Leonard Leitner from the City of Norristown. He is the Municipal Administrator. We have Wesley Gumby. He is the most senior member present in Omega Psi Phi. With these mighty men, please stand up. Welcome to the floor. In the gallery, our colleague who serves Lancaster, Representative Smith Wade L., has Zoe Weicker, a Warwick High School grad who is now a student at the Pennsylvania State University studying business. Zoe is going to be an intern for the Penn State football. And we also have from Representative Smith Wade L's district, Arub Khan, who just graduated from Millersville, where she studied English and government. She is working in Representative Smith Wade L's legislative office this summer with these students. Please stand. These interns, welcome to the floor of the House. We're so glad to have you. Representative Kruger has Annabelle Deddy, who is a sophomore at American University. And we also have Zoe Likely, a student at American University studying international relations. These are the legislative interns in the Delaware County office. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Venkat, who serves Allegheny County, has in the gallery Ava DiGiamaco, who is a junior at American University studying political science and comparative politics. And we have Evelyn Disk, a junior at Marist University on the pre-law track studying political science. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Takak has Emily Milton from Alexandria, Virginia, who is a student at Penn State studying political science and criminology, along with a minor in history and legal studies. Emily, welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Carroll, who serves Philadelphia, has Lily Villarreal, a LaSalle University student, the chair's alma mater, and the president of the LaSalle College Dems, along with Tamir Washington, who's a student at Penn State, the Brandywine campus. With these students, please stand. We're so glad to have you. Go Explorers. Representative Madsen, who serves Dauphin County, has Reggie Green. He is here surprising his daughter, Paula, who is an intern in Representative Davidson's office. Reggie, where are you? Please stand and welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Davidson has his legislative interns in the gallery serving Dauphin and Cumberland counties. We have Paula Green, whose dad we just announced. Paula is a student at Shippensburg. We have Erica Schneiderman, who is a student at Mercyhurst. And we have Hanal Patel, who attends George Washington University, along with Eric Zaks, who is a constituent service advisor at Representative Davidson's office and who will be going to grad school this fall at American, leaving the service to the State House. Welcome to the floor of the House. Glad to have you all. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. The members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 202 members have been voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The majority leader moves that the following bill be removed from the tabled calendar and be placed on the active calendar. Senate Bill 146. The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1620, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2542, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2548, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2559, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2581, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2604, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2606, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2607, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2608, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2636, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill it is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2013, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2643, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1941, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2479, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2582, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2644, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2553, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 18, 2026. House Resolution 576, Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development.
Chair recognizes the good gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey, the Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:15 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Minority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will also be caucusing at 1 p.m. and plan to return to the floor at 2:15. Again, House Republicans will be caucusing at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the good gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be a meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room immediately upon the break.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement. Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee, please start making your way downstairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs. Oh, gentleman is just there, near the microphone. The House will stand in recess until 2:15 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2:15 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 133, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 138, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2207, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2224, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2473, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2544, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2632, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 75, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 76, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 426, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1585, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2551, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 75, printers number 3514, on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Osteopathic Medical Practice Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 76, printers number 351, The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 76, printers number 3515, on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Medical Practice Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 1585, printers number 3544, on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for prohibition on fee to remove booking photographs.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 426, printers number 0401, on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for native habitats at Commonwealth Facilities Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Pielli offers Amendment 803734. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, A03734 updates the definition of Commonwealth agency and removes the definition of legislative agency, judicial agency, state-affiliated entity, and state-related institution. This amendment was requested by the Department of Services in order to enhance administration of the bill, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202 and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill, as amended, will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1127, printers number 3279, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill authorizes Pennsylvania to join the Dental and Dental Hygienists Compact.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Lawrence offers Amendment A03078. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence from Chester County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Amendment A3078 deals with background check provisions for dentists from other states who seek to utilize the provisions of the proposed compact proposed in the underlying legislation. This is an important amendment. The fact of the matter is that different states have different requirements for background checks when it comes to the practice of dentistry and dental hygienists. This amendment requires applicants from outside the Commonwealth to have a background check that is acceptable to the Pennsylvania Dental Licensing Board. I encourage an affirmative vote on this important amendment to ensure individuals seeking to practice in Pennsylvania meet the standards set by the Pennsylvania Dental Licensure Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment A03078 is not an agreed-to amendment. The background checks required in this bill are the same FBI background checks with fingerprints that are required in other compact proposals, like the athletic trainer compact, the social worker compact, and the physician's assistant compact, along with other compacts that have been recently passed into law. So I respectfully ask a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes for the second time the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality is that dentists, like everyone else, and certainly it's a very, very small percentage, and I might add that my father is a retired dentist, so I have a great affinity for dentists. But nevertheless, there are individuals who unfortunately engage in criminal behavior that is of concern when it comes to licensing medical professionals. For example, a CBS News article from 2 weeks ago entitled, "Michigan Dentist Facing 43 Felony Charges Accused of Medicaid Fraud Scheme," offers the following sobering details. A Northfield, Michigan dentist is facing 43 felony charges in an alleged Medicaid fraud scheme, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel announced. Demetra Kazantzis, 55, was arraigned Wednesday in East Lansing on 42 counts of Medicaid fraud and 1 count of conducting a criminal enterprise. If convicted, Kazantzis faces up to 20 years in prison. This past March, closer to home, a press release from the Montgomery County, Maryland District Attorney's Office outlined the following disturbing situation. Silver Spring dentist charged with sexual offenses. Detectives looking for additional victims. The Montgomery County Department of Police Special Victims Investigations Division has charged a Silver Spring dentist with multiple counts of sexual offenses involving patients and believe there may be additional victims. On Monday, March 2nd, 2026, an adult female contacted Montgomery County Police to report that her dentist sexually assaulted her on 2 separate occasions during procedures at his office while there was not a hygienist in the room. During the course of the investigation, detectives were able to corroborate the victim's allegations. And this is what's important here, Madam Speaker. The detectives also learned that a previous victim reported the dentist to the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners in 2018, but no criminal charges were filed at that time. Based on the 2018 report and the current allegations, detectives believe there may be additional victims. Now, why is this relevant? Because there are states that have more lax background check requirements for medical professionals than Pennsylvania. Some states, Colorado, Washington State, allow individuals with a serious felony conviction an unencumbered license to practice. Now, Madam Speaker, again, these are outliers, but they're examples for robust background checks. If these individuals seek to practice in Pennsylvania, under the terms of the bill that's before us, the underlying bill that's before us, there's nothing we can do to prevent it. Now, I will add, Madam Speaker, that the argument has been made that we as a body are powerless to amend this compact. Take it or leave it. And that is simply not true. The process is laid out right in the underlying bill. I refer to page 35, line 11, which specifically states this compact may be amended by participating states. Today, I offer this common sense amendment under the explicit terms of the proposed compact as outlined in the bill. I encourage an affirmative vote on this amendment to ensure Pennsylvania retains oversight regarding background checks on out-of-state providers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 100 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. It's the chair's understanding the remainder amendments have been withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2234, printer's number 3583, on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a spent grain donation tax credit and updates the existing malt beverage tax credit to encourage full utilization.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Kephart offers Amendment A03620. The gentleman withdraws. The gentleman withdraws both amendments. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2551, printer's number 3556, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission and all Commonwealth agencies from using text messaging to notify residents about or collect any unpaid fines, fees, or tolls.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Pugh offers Amendment A03749. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Luzerne County, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I'm here to offer Amendment 3749. To put it simply, it removes the exception of interactive devices as written in the underlying bill. We need to eliminate the exceptions so there's no loophole. We need to be able to close the loophole so that these text messages don't go through. As an example, a phone which is mounted to the vehicle using an accessory that is hands-free could technically be targeted as receiving a message without going through the phone. My amendment simply strikes the expectations to ensure there are no loopholes to any agency, and I do urge support of this very small but important change. Thank you.
On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her constructive amendment, and I would urge an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202 and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn? The chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 146, printer's number 1320 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates the Veterans Trust Fund Board to strengthen oversight of the VTF grant program.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Gillen offers Amendment A02198. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks County, Representative Gillen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This would require the development of audit metrics in conjunction with the Auditor General's office in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Additionally, it would change the dating of the performance audit, which is scheduled for July of this year, back to 2028, since there's no performance information that's going to be available by the end of July in 2026. So it would be recalibrating those two aspects of the bill, a bill that has the support of the Pennsylvania War Veterans Council. And so I would heartily recommend an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Webster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this is not an agreed-to amendment, and I ask for a negative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Webster, for the second time.
With apologies to Chairman, this is an agreed to amendment, and I thank the maker of the amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of... The chair recognizes the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, this is agreed to by the senator who introduced the bill and would ask all members to vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 202 and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 133, printer's number 3644 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for parental rights reinstatement.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the House and also my co-prime sponsor, Representative DeLozier, for consideration of House Bill 133. This legislation was brought to us by a diverse group of child advocates, legal service groups, and county providers who are committed to bringing families together and providing the best outcomes for our children. Due to our current statute, there are many situations where county agencies, child and parent advocates all agree that family reunification is in the best interest of the child, but parental rights have already been terminated. Under federal law, when a child has been in custody of the state for more than a year, DHS is required to petition for the involuntary termination of parental rights. While many states provide an opportunity to reinstate the parent-child relationship under specific conditions, in PA, termination is permanent. Even when parents do the work to address the issues that result in termination, building a career, finding stable housing, recovering from a substance abuse disorder, or ending a period of incarceration, the loss of a parent-child relationship is a punishment that lasts for a lifetime. Our bill reforms our parental rights framework by allowing the agency, child, or former parent the right to petition for their parents' rights and creates a hearing process where all stakeholders involved can provide input on the best interests of the child. This proposal would standardize a process for rights reinstatement similar to 22 other states. I want to be abundantly clear that this legislation is not intended to disrupt stable families. Our bill has clear protections in place to prevent frivolous petitions and requires high burdens of evidence for a petition to be approved for a child in an adoptive family. This is about recognizing that for many children, being reunited with their biological parent is the best course of action for their mental health and emotional well-being. I ask for your support on House Bill 133. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentle lady from Cumberland County, Representative DeLozier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I echo the comments of my partner in this issue dealing with children. Representative Krajewski and I have worked together in the ability to fight for our children in Pennsylvania. This is not necessarily the majority of children within our system, but if we can help one child, if we can help in any of our counties the ability for our children to have a better life and be a better person in our communities, I think that that is important that we work to do that as much as we possibly can and support public policies with that goal. So I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 133, and I look forward to getting it over to the Senate to be able to continue to work on this bill and with the hopes of getting this to the governor's desk to help as many kids as we possibly can within our system. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland. Oh, the gentleman waves off. The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 191, the nays are 11. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 138, printers number 3645, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes that parental incarceration would not be the sole basis for involuntary termination of parental rights, with exceptions.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 200 and the nays are 2. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2207, printers number 2901, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for capital development loans.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2224, printers number 3646, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates the FAIR Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia Counter, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our Commonwealth is full of hardworking people, truck drivers, teachers, cashiers, nurses, people who come into our district office all the time asking for help, and who right now are working overtime just to pay the bills. I know some of these folks, and a lot of them, right after they get off of their shift, they jump back in their car, and they work a couple hours in rideshare, just so they can make ends meet. We all also know Pennsylvania is full of seniors in our districts who are clipping every coupon, sometimes making very dangerous choices, like skipping medication or turning off the AC during a heat wave. For each of these people, we are making a decision today to help lower their utility bills. We live in a country where the wealthiest 1% hold more than 30% of the nation's total wealth, a divide that has only been growing. Where some people can barely afford to make ends meet, yet others own dozens of homes across the world, multiple yachts, and make millions more each year. How is it possible that we live in a country with such wealth disparity? Before I finish, I would like to thank the hardworking members of so many locals across our Commonwealth who make sure to fix our service when problems hit and who are there when we have questions about our billing. The workers in these local unions truly, truly are vital for all of our families. We hear over and over that utilities have to jack up our rates, the bills we pay, just to provide us with safe and reliable service. But we know that's not true. We know utility companies are compensated dollar for dollar for both the wages and the materials they need to do infrastructure upgrades and to pay the people who do that important work. We heard just a few days ago on this House floor about Robin Hood. And while Robin Hood did right by returning wealth to those it had been stolen from, this legislation, as amended, does even better. It keeps those dollars in people's pockets to begin with. When we pass House Bill 2224, the working people of our districts, they won't need to count on Robin Hood to recover what was taken, because they won't be paying a penny more than necessary on their utility bills. This legislation establishes a fair, market-based rate of return on equity, so ratepayers pay for safe and reliable service, and not a penny more. I would like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have seen this problem and worked together to address it. I would like to thank Chairman Borgos, who has worked very hard on this legislation, as well as the staff of his committee. In the midst of an energy and an affordability crisis, this is the right thing to do. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually rising in support of this bill, and I feel like I need to explain that for just a moment, because last week I tore apart the underlying bill on ROE because it will absolutely increase rates on taxpayers. But then we had the good conscience in this chamber to change this into a tax bill. Let me say that again. It is now not an ROE utility bill. It is a tax bill. And I'm told that this is the largest tax break for Pennsylvania in the history of our Commonwealth. 6.5% gross receipts tax. Let me explain how that happens and how that's going to help you as a ratepayer and everyone across the entire Commonwealth. The utility is required to charge you 6.5% tax on the amount of electricity that you use, put it on your bill, and you pay for it. We just voted to completely eliminate the gross receipts tax in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and put that money back in your pocket. Not only did we vote on that last week by way of an amendment, but we passed it with an overwhelming majority in this House chamber. Today's vote is a tax bill. It's no longer about ROE. It's a tax bill over and over and over again. The more electricity you use, the more you save. Let me say it again. The more you use, the more you save. So if the ultimate objective was to force people through pricing not to use more electricity, the more you use, the more you save. 6.5%, the biggest tax cut in the Commonwealth. I congratulate you on passing this amendment, and I ask you to pass House Bill 2224. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the gentlelady, the Majority Chair of Energy, also the good gentleman from Philadelphia County, the Majority Chair of Consumer Protection. This bill is about affordability, it's about accountability, and it's about fairness. What we have in the Commonwealth are monopolies that are charging people excessive rates to fuel excessive profits, to line their pockets, to give money to their shareholders, to give money to their CEOs. And who is paying for that? We are. Consumers. People who are already stressed because of the cost of living, which has gone up considerably. The cost of gas, the cost of groceries, the cost of rent. People need relief. That's what this bill does. It ensures that corporations are able to make a fair profit, but that there are limits of excessive profit, and that they have to invest back into the grid. They have to invest in the infrastructure. We're talking about workers like the good workers from Local 614, which I met with last month, that showed me some of the conditions that they have to work in. Old infrastructure, old utility poles that are crumbling, that haven't been replaced in decades, having to go underground and have old wiring, unsafe conditions, extreme conditions. We need to make sure these workers are safe. This forces these corporations to invest in infrastructure to keep our citizens safe, to keep our workers safe. And by the way, it's also going to reduce our utility rates by about $100 to $150 per family. So again, I want to thank the gentlelady and the good gentleman for Philadelphia for working on this bill, and all of you who are co-sponsors. Let's get this bill done. Please vote yes on 224. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Gatos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support House Bill 2224. Consumers are sick and tired of footing the bill for skyrocketing utility bills, and it's about time that we step in and help. Outrageous energy prices are simply crushing the middle class and burdening our small businesses, which are the lifeblood of our economy. Madam Speaker, this is exactly why I support House Bill 2224. While high utility costs are the result of years of poor Democrat policy and flawed energy policies over the previous administrations, we must now step in and fix this. This bill holds utility companies and water companies and energy companies more accountable to the consumer. This bill holds the PUC more accountable, and it's about time. While this bill has some elements which might be undesirable in many ways, the good outweighs the bad. And while this bill defies some free market principles, which ultimately I believe lower the cost for consumers, we need to step in now, and this is about affordability and accountability for our consumers. I was particularly pleased to see a section in the bill which says that water companies can't go back more than 12 months to chase you for their errors. Frankly, that's just bad business in the first place. So I'm glad to see that we are putting these things in there to say that the consumers must come first. Our constituents deserve a break, and this bill does exactly that. It gives consumers the opportunity which will cut their utility bills, and they get a break. This is about time. So please vote yes for 2224 for accountability, responsibility, and affordability for our constituents of Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentleman from Carbon County, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Energy costs. Just a few years ago in this Commonwealth, electric pricing was so low that 3 Mile Island was shutting down because they couldn't make money. Many power plants were struggling to stay open. Natural gas prices were very low. Then we had a change in policies and we drove the cost of energy through the ceiling. Now people are paying. Now the underlying bill would continue to drive that cost up. However, with the amendment that was added to this bill to provide a tax break for individuals, I think it sends a strong message to the upper chamber that this body can support tax breaks, and maybe that there's some work that can be done to the underlying bill to take out some of the pieces of this legislation which would unfortunately drive up costs and prevent investments in this Commonwealth, because we need those investments to bring energy costs down. So I'll be voting for this bill because I want to send a clear message that energy prices are far too high, and we need those tax breaks for working class families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman, and the chair recognizes the Minority Leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our constituents need relief, and we have advocated as the House Republican Caucus that the #1 way to address the affordability crisis is to ensure that people have more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets, their wallets, their pocketbooks. We encourage the passage of HB 2224, thanks to one of the largest tax cuts in Pennsylvania history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Robin Hood. It was stated the other day, but the opportunity to finally deal with outrageous corporate profits at the expense of consumers and at the same time pass on tax relief to those same overburdened consumers, it's about time. Robin Hood. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 2473, printers number 3322, on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill repeals the Flood Insurance Education Information Act of 1996.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 202, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority bill, who calls up House Bill 2544, printers number 3451, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for school administrator rights during disputes and formalizes how school boards and administrators negotiate pay and benefits.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Center County, Representative Takak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I don't think anyone disputes the pivotal and important role that principals play in the administrative operations of their schools, but more importantly, in shaping the lives of the students who walk their hallways and learn in their classrooms. They are building leaders, academic, social, and disciplinary. Not only do they serve as mentors, guides, and role models for children, they help in their academic achievement and growth, as well as their personal growth and character formation. In short, they are the essential frontline managers in our schools every single day. They leave an indelible mark on their students and on their communities. However, Act 93, which is known as the Administrator Compensation Plan, was signed into law 38 years ago this month. However, current provisions in that act fall well short of providing the adequate support or protections desired by school administrators. As a result, Pennsylvania schools struggle to recruit and retain principals. In the last 2 years alone, 1 in every 7 principals left their schools. Many returned to teaching for higher pay, benefits, and a better work-life balance. House Bill 2544 provides a means for resolving administrator compensation matters more fairly and equitably, and it provides for dispute resolution by working within a team management framework. This bill provides the support that school administrators are looking for and will help in the recruitment and retention of principals across our Commonwealth. I urge all of my colleagues for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted?
Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 141, the nays are 61. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2632, printers number 3651, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill reallocates educational tax credit caps for 2026 through 2027 and replaces the EITC, OSTC programs with the options tax credit beginning in 2027 through 2028.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Lancaster County, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 2632, which would provide much-needed reporting reform to our outdated Educational Improvement Tax Credit and Opportunity Scholarship Tax Credit programs. This bill helps kids and it helps taxpayers. It shows the public how these tax-diverted dollars are being spent. It makes sure that the $680 million that are diverted tax dollars going toward this program are accounted for and reach the students who actually need these dollars. This bill does not cut one dime from the Scholarship Tax Credit Program. That's what I've been telling everyone who's been contacting me, that there's going to be big cuts. They are not true. That is false information. This will not cut one dime from the EITC program. This bill allows us to see how well EITC and OSTC programs are working, who they're helping, and it makes sure our students enrolled in private and parochial schools are getting actual tuition relief. This bill streamlines the EITC program, makes it more efficient, and improves accountability for diverted taxpayer dollars. This bill requires all schools to provide basic information to the Department of Education. It requires all corporations that redirect tax dollars to provide basic information to the Department of Revenue. And it requires everyone involved to be open to audits from the State Auditor General. Transparency and accountability to the taxpayer is the goal. Some parents and some private and parochial schools had concerns with how the previous version of this bill allocated funding. We listened in the House and we made sure that all the funding stayed put. It will not be changing buckets. As amended, this bill does not take a single dollar away from any student. Let me repeat that. This bill does not take a single scholarship away from students and from this funding for EITC. We are always ready to talk about school funding, every aspect of school funding, including making sure that existing programs do the best job possible. I hope we can all agree that a program that costs the taxpayers a diverted $680 million a year should have transparency and accountability, and to ensure that almost three-quarters of $1 billion are actually going to the students that they're intended to serve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Blair, Representative Verobish.
Madam Speaker, I rise to share opposition against House Bill 2632. Over the past several days, I've heard from many constituents across the 79th District who are deeply concerned about this bill. Parents, grandparents, educators, and families associated with Bishop Guilfoyle, Great Commission schools, and other private schools have reached out to share how scholarship programs have opened doors that otherwise would have remained closed for their children. Many of these are hardworking, middle-income and lower-income families who make sacrifices every day to give their children the best possible education. Scholarship programs help make the choice affordable. Without them, many students would lose access to schools that are helping them succeed academically, socially, and spiritually. These families are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for the freedom to choose the educational environment that best meets their children's needs. House Bill 2632 places additional burdens on scholarship programs that will reduce opportunities for the very families who depend on them the most. When families in our communities tell us that a program is changing lives for the better, we should listen. This message I am hearing throughout the 79th District is clear. Protect educational opportunity, respect parental choice, and do not make it harder for needy families to access scholarships that help their children thrive. For these reasons, I urge a vote against this bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Anderson, on final passage of House Bill 2632.
I know that many of you have been here longer than me, and I just want to ask how many times you've heard this will neither add anything or cut anything from a specific bill. As we debate the future of EITC, an excellent question has been asked repeatedly. Where does the money go? Even though we've heard testimony that EITC scholarships are overwhelmingly granted to students from economically disadvantaged and underserved communities, I want to provide an answer to where does the money go concerning the least of these? Because it's not just the economically disadvantaged. Vista School in Hershey, the Pathway School in Norristown, the Vanguard School in Melbourne, they all serve students with severe intellectual disabilities. HMS School in Mount Joy, the Easter Seals, support schools and special ed programs statewide, and the Watson Institute in multiple locations in the Pittsburgh metro area serve students with severe physical disabilities. The Centennial School in Bethlehem, the Martin Luther School in White Marsh and Plymouth Meeting, and the Woods Services School in Langhorne. They all serve students with severe emotional and behavioral disabilities. The DePaul School for Hearing and Speech in Pittsburgh, the Overbrook School for the Blind in Philadelphia, and the Pennsylvania School for the Deaf in Philadelphia serve students with visual, hearing, and speech disabilities. What do all of these schools have in common? They all receive EITC funds. To educate one of these children with a severe disability costs $75,000 to $120,000 due to their disability. That's how much it costs to educate a student with cerebral palsy, or a student who is blind, or a student that has experienced severe trauma. They all are served by EITC. These also are public schools. In fact, earlier this year in education, we changed their classification from private to public. So it's not only religious schools that are receiving these funds, it's also publicly funded schools. I would encourage all of my colleagues that you vote no on HB 2632. For whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, on final passage of House Bill 2632.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 25 years, Pennsylvania's Educational Improvement Tax Credit and Opportunity Scholarships Tax Credit programs have helped families find the educational setting that best meets their child's needs. They are among the most successful educational initiatives this Commonwealth has ever created. In fact, our EITC program has been so successful that the federal government recently modeled its new Education Freedom Tax Credit after Pennsylvania's approach. Today, more than 100,000 students annually receive scholarships through these programs. Families apply in record numbers year after year. And that last point matters most, because the challenge facing EITC and OSTC has never been a lack of demand. This past year, 70,000 families applied for scholarships and never received them, not because they were ineligible, not because a scholarship organization rejected them, but because there simply was not enough funding available. That should tell us something. When a program has more applicants than resources, most people would conclude that the program is working. Most people would conclude that we should expand the program and serve more students, that we should build on success. But House Bill 2632 moves us in the opposite direction. This bill eliminates the existing EITC and OSTC programs and replaces them with a new framework that makes it harder for families to qualify for a scholarship and more difficult for scholarship organizations to receive donations. It lowers the maximum income limit, meaning that many families who qualify today won't qualify tomorrow. It eliminates the annual inflation adjustment that has long helped ensure eligibility keeps pace with rising costs. Year after year, fewer families will qualify for scholarships. Middle-class families especially will have scholarships ripped away from them without this General Assembly ever casting another vote. These aren't wealthy families. They're police officers, firefighters, union tradesmen, and many more hardworking families across this Commonwealth. When government adds layer after layer of paperwork, restrictions, and unnecessary requirements, participation declines. That is how successful programs are choked out. It's government at its worst. Good government is supposed to respond to the needs of our constituents. When families are asking for more opportunities, we should be looking for ways to provide them, not creating new barriers that stand in their way. When discussing House Bill 2632, we need to hear from real-life people, from the parents and students back home in my district who have benefited from these scholarships, and show you the true opportunity that they provide. And so today, my colleagues, I'd like to share with you briefly a few excerpts from letters directly from students and parents from my district regarding their experience when it comes to these scholarships. First and foremost is from students from Archbishop Ryan High School. And they state in their letter, as students here, we can say that your support makes a huge difference. The funds contributed by EITC and OSTC help provide the resources we need to continue learning, growing, and pursuing our dreams. Because of your hard work and support of our community, we are able to have access to opportunities that you helped create and that will help us become the best version of ourselves. And that was from Bella, Becky, Annalise, Justin, Joseph, and Liam, all graduating in 2027. But I'd also like to share with you another letter from some parents from my district. They wrote to me, they said, "Dear Representative White, thank you so much for your continued support of the EITC program. That scholarship that my daughters received has allowed them to continue receiving the best possible education at Calvary Christian Academy, where they are so well loved and supported. They are truly thriving there, and we are forever grateful. With all our thanks, Jose and Christy." And finally, Madam Speaker, a letter from Jennifer, a mom in my district. It has always been my goal to provide my children with the opportunity to have a Catholic school education. Because of circumstances out of my control, I am trying my best to run a household alone and afford them with the opportunity the Catholic school education has to offer, along with teaching them to be integral members of their community. Both children are being taught how important it is to help in the community and contribute in any way that children and teenagers can. My daughter is involved in many volunteer activities at her school, along with her gymnastics program, while my son is still young. He is brought to the events when we have community cleanup days or collections for the less fortunate. I try and instill in them that life could be harder, and we need to realize what we have every day. With that being said, I truly appreciate the scholarship that was given to my family. Words cannot describe how grateful I am to have help with their tuition. This funding helps me provide my children with what I feel is the best possible education and also makes it possible for me to raise well-rounded children. Colleagues, I urge you to vote no on House Bill 2632. Not for me or for anyone else in this room today, but vote no for Jose and Christy, for Bella, Becky, Annalise, Justin, Joseph, Liam, and Jennifer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northampton, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition to HB 2632. This is not an innocuous bill. Unfortunately, if this bill passes and goes into effect, thousands upon thousands of Pennsylvania school children will be ripped away from the schools that they love and where they have been happy and thriving. Please do not harm the children and do not attack and harm the scholarships that allow them to find happiness and success. Vote no on HB 2632. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Schuylkill, Representative Barton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition of House Bill 2632. We know we have schools in a crisis in this Commonwealth, and we know that children trapped in those schools don't get a second chance at elementary. They don't get a second chance at middle school. They don't get a second chance at high school. And we're going to hear many members from this body shout from the rooftops that we voted for a record amount of education spending. However, voting to make it harder for people to give money to schools that are failing them is shameful. It's not about public, it's not about private or other educational means. It's about whether children in troubling circumstances get the help they demonstrably need. Doesn't it make sense for us to actually talk about children when we're talking about school funding? We have funded public schools at record levels. Just read every press release after any budget. Yet we still have schools in crisis and children who need an opportunity to get their one shot at a better life. Putting House Bill 2632 on the floor is a reminder that the majority party is not interested in helping kids in the worst performing schools.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman from Schuylkill knows it is inappropriate to question motive on the floor of the House. This is not a press conference. This is debate. The chair asks the gentleman to remain within the guidelines of the House rules that we voted on in January of 2025. The gentleman will continue and he will be on the bill not any motives.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The majority party continues to tout money going to education, but refuses to answer if it's actually working for the families of Pennsylvanians. I'm going to be voting for the hardworking families of Pennsylvania. I'm going to be voting no on House Bill 2632, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster, Minority Chair of Education, Representative Cutler, on House Bill 2632.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise in opposition to this bill. But let me first begin by acknowledging something that should not be controversial in this chamber. The Educational Improvement Tax Credit Program is one of the most successful education programs in Pennsylvania. It was created to provide educational choice for our students who need it the most. For more than 2 decades, the EITC and the OSTC programs have enjoyed broad bipartisan support. Thousands of families rely on it. Thousands of businesses voluntarily participate in it. Scholarship organizations, educational improvement organizations, pre-K programs, and schools all across the Commonwealth have built an entire system around the existing program. When a program works, our first instinct should not be to tear it down and rewrite it. Because if there's one lesson that I think we should have learned here as we discuss educational policy over the last 2 years, it's that oftentimes we are far less accurate at predicting the consequences of the policy decisions that we make on this floor and the impacts that'll have on our students' education. Please allow me to provide 2 examples. Act 55 of 2024 included significant cyber charter reforms, and we estimated as a chamber, and it was debated, that it would reduce funding by approximately $35 million when the real cost was closer to $90 million. And the second example, Act 47 of 2025, included more comprehensive changes. We estimated that it would be $178 million, but the real price tag was $238. What's the pattern? Madam Speaker, when we rush legislation through the legislative process, making big policy changes, we oftentimes get the estimates wrong by millions. And the students are the ones who end up paying for our mistakes. The scholarship organizations and the educational entities who will be responsible for managing this legislation, should it be passed into law, have all said that it will create problems for them. We should believe them. That's why we should be approaching any policy change with caution. Not because we oppose innovation or reform to our program. I support that. And I support those standards being applied evenly across the educational system. But because we have seen how difficult it is to unwind unintended consequences after they are already enacted. It was argued in committee and again here on the floor that this legislation does not cut a single dollar from the program. And while on paper that may be true, education policy does not exist on paper or in a vacuum. It exists in the real world, impacting real students. The real question before us is not about funding. The question before us is whether the families currently relying on these scholarships will have the same access and opportunities should this bill become law. That, Madam Speaker, I do not believe is the same answer as no funding changes. Because when you look at how this bill would be rewritten in the out years, the real impacts that could happen from the bill that passed out of committee that was just amended hours ago in the Appropriations Committee raises some real concerns on how that policy would be implemented, and would the same middle-class families who are currently receiving scholarships receive them. The organizations that administer these scholarships and the stakeholders who work with the families every day have raised serious concerns that changes in this legislation would result in tens of thousands of fewer scholarships. When thousands of kids' futures are at stake, trust us, should not be a sufficient analysis of the proposal. School and education and the policies surrounding them are too important to rush, too important to guess, and too important to get wrong. We ask that our students do their homework and do their assignments. It's time we started doing ours. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Majority Chair of Education, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 2632, and I want to apologize if this comes off as a little personal for me. So, when I was a 5-year-old kid, my mom and dad chose to send me to Catholic school. Now, this was in the 80s. Now, as one of the older members of this chamber, it was in the 80s, and it was pre-educational improvement tax credit. And I remember my mom being so excited to take me to Hess's and outfit me with whatever she could afford. That was before uniforms. I started in 1st grade. And come 3rd or 4th grade, when we were deep into those times where I couldn't take the hand-me-downs from my family, we couldn't afford Flynn O'Hare for the uniform, so we went to the House of Bargains on Lehigh Street, and we would get the least expensive uniforms that would still qualify so I could go to school. Skip ahead a few years when I was ready to graduate from Allentown Central Catholic High School in 1996. We struggled with tuition mightily. See, my dad was not only someone who suffered from addiction, my dad was someone who never finished high school. I lived in 9 places by the time I was 18 years old. So when folks in this chamber talk about what it's like to be a poor kid who's trying to go to a religious school, that was me. And that last tuition payment, my mom and dad did not pay, at least not initially. And as I was going to get my cap and gown, and Madam Speaker, every word of this story is true. When I was going to get my cap and gown, I was told I can't graduate with my class because we couldn't afford our last tuition payment. For anyone in this chamber to assume that anybody else in this chamber doesn't want kids to be able to go to school is frankly offensive. And on a very deeply personal level, it's really hurtful to us. When we crafted House Bill 2632, and I'd like to thank the good lady from Lancaster County for her work on this legislation, we kept in mind kids like me, students across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who could not afford to go to school, which is why this legislation, Madam Speaker, expands access for the poorest families throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This bill makes it easier for those kids who might have lived in 7, 8, 9 places by the time they were 18 years old to be able to graduate with their class by lifting and eliminating the per pupil cap on scholarships. That means it's easier for poor kids like me to go to the school of their choice. I didn't hear any of those conversations today, but that is very much the centerpiece of it. In addition, Madam Speaker, this legislation increases and expands eligibility for the most vulnerable students. Those are kids age 0 to 2 who otherwise can't get a scholarship for childcare that leads to early pre-K. Madam Speaker, we just heard from the good gentleman, the Minority Chair of Education, that on paper, it doesn't cut $1 of funding. You know why? Because it doesn't cut $1 of funding. And not only does this not cut $1 of funding, it makes it easier for the poorest and most vulnerable kids to go to the school that they choose. I am completely and totally misunderstanding the arguments against this legislation. And perhaps that's me. Perhaps it was my Catholic school education that makes me not understand that. But I will tell you that when you're going to expand enrollment, expand eligibility, reduce barriers for the poorest folks, not cut $1, and also add a layer of understanding so we have a deeper understanding of what actually is happening with a $680 million line item, that seems to me to be the kind of legislation we should all support. Madam Speaker, I ask for an affirmative vote and thank you for your time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to House Bill 2632, a bill that would dismantle the overwhelmingly popular tax credit scholarship program in Pennsylvania. To me, in my opinion, this bill is just another attack on school choice within our Commonwealth. And let me just explain to you how it does cut to student scholarships. Because of the expansion that they are proposing here, which also includes that tax scholarships can go to facility upgrades. And in our Commonwealth, the base for prevailing wage is $25,000. That if you are going to add on to a facility, it is going to take money out of the pot that we have for student scholarships and put it in other areas that are not going directly to the student. That is how this does cut opportunities to the students that need this money the most. It replaces the program with limits to student eligibility. It disincentivizes the donor participation because it goes from 90% to 75%, and expands to other areas other than K through 12. This bill would deny educational opportunities for tens of thousands of Pennsylvania students. Let me read to you from a letter from a board member of the Joshua Education Learning Center just close to here in Harrisburg. This entity serves over 200 K through 12 students annually. And he says, Barb, we use EITC to support Joshua Group personally, and the organization is very dependent on the program as it is. The Joshua Group's success has been well documented, and they depend on EITC funding for a large portion of their financial support. Any changes to the program would negatively impact the future success of the children and families who benefit from these services. The Joshua K through 12 students attending these private schools achieved a promotion graduation rate of 98%. Conversely, the public school rate was 47%. I could go on, Madam Speaker, because I have had so many people reach out to me in opposition of this bill. I just want to urge all of my colleagues to please vote no. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blair, Representative Barger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've spent much of the last 2 or 3 days hearing from my constituents in the 80th District, not the least of which are the folks, parents and students from my alma mater, Blair County Christian School, and they want me to communicate the following to this chamber. Number one, just because you aren't cutting spending doesn't mean you aren't changing funding. Spending and funding are not the same thing. Number two, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Number three, save EITC and OSTC. Number four, preserve educational opportunity for working class families. Number five, please vote no on House Bill 2632.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Gillen. Final passage of House Bill 2632.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the wisdom of the legislature 25 years ago, and with substantial bipartisan support, and then signed in May 25 years ago, Governor Ridge implemented what's widely been regarded as an exceptional and an efficacious program. And I've heard significant outcry from constituents, and either there is a chasm of misunderstanding here, or perhaps something that has been represented as not a cut could be in contrast to what we're hearing. I recognize, as looking at the bill, that there is a 2% tax or fee on scholarship organizations that manage the EITC and OSTC. And if I could just have a brief word of interrogation, I would ask how, if you're assessing a scholarship organization a 2% fee, that would not have a financial impact.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentlelady declines.
May I continue? So apparently there is a financial impact, and the tax credit is going from 90 to 75% for 2-year commitments. So it would seem to me that financial change is going to result in less dollars flowing into the program. Am I misunderstanding that part of the bill, or is that indeed a financial impact? Again, I would ask if the good lady would be willing to answer that question.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you. I think it is apparent that there is going to be a financial impact. And over the course of these last few days, members, I believe on both sides of the aisle, have been inundated with questions, with concerns, ranging from conversations I've had with individual families, to parish priests, to teachers in private, parochial, and Christian schools. And so, as we cast our vote today, I would remind members that this is a program historically that was supported on both sides of the aisle, has demonstrated its efficacy, and should continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Dawkins, Majority Chair of Labor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I initially wasn't going to speak on this particular bill, but as a parent that sent their kid to a private school, I think I have something I can lend to the conversation, especially when we talk about the difference between funding between EITC and OST programs. And let me be very clear, this debate, unfortunately, is too reflective of our current state of politics in our country, too reflective on the division that we have amongst one another, and it's very familiar to those who represent communities that would benefit from OSTC programs more than EITC programs. And I will say, not that EITC programs are not meaningful in their delivery, but let's be clear what they are and what the difference are. And for all my folks back home, to the constituents who may have been told to send emails or texts, I want to make sure you understand exactly what these programs do and who they benefit. An EITC program, and all of its good that it does, it's a subsidy for those who can afford the tuition. An OSTC program is not. It is for the folks that the state has identified as the lowest literacy rates in our country that are looking for these funding dollars. But let me just go back in history with you, back 5 years. We won't go back too far. We funded EITC at $175 million that year. That same year, we funded the OSTC program at $55 million. The following year, we increased EITC funding by over $25 million, whereas we only increased OSTC programs by $4 million. Fast forward in 2022, we increased EITC program from $175 million 2 years prior to $340 million, whereas OSTC programs stayed at $65 million. That shows you a growing gap between those who have and those who do not have. The least of these is what I heard in this building, but it sounds like the least of these been getting left behind. So now that we have a bill that could correct or try to correct some of that disparity that which we have and that wealth gap that we're talking about, and it seems like it's now a problem. Then we talk about why are we allocating money to the facility of a building? If you do not know, if you've never been into a school building that had asbestos or had mold or had toilets that don't work, guarantee you the kids ain't gonna learn much. It's about the environment in which our kids learn in. And if we could take portion of that money and allocate it to make sure that our kids have a safe, healthy environment to learn, we should all be in support of that. So for me and for the folks watching back home, I am going to support this bill, and I'm going to tell you why. Because far too long, we've been leaving certain kids behind while advancing others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill for the second time, gentlelady from Lancaster, Representative Rivera, on House Bill 2632.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate hearing all of the input, concerns, and insight into this bill. And I, being a freshman here, but a teacher prior, am well aware of what EITC can do and has done. The fact that it has grown to $680 million makes it a popular program, not an overseen program. So the Independent Fiscal Office, wanting to oversee it and know the who, what, when, why, and where, should be just fine with everybody who utilizes this program. I appreciate public and private partnerships in a lot of ways in the Commonwealth, and this is one of them, but it cannot be unchecked and overseen. It's got to have insight to it. The IFO said so too. This wasn't a Democrat idea. This is an IFO as well. So if we could all agree that itemizing and checking the checkbook is a good idea, then we would vote yes for this bill.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes additional speakers before going to the floor leaders. Do other members wish to be heard? Chair recognizes the good gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to leave any child, student in the Commonwealth behind. Unfortunately, when we leave them in schools that are in crisis, we leave them behind. When we deny them educational opportunity because their families can't afford it, we leave them behind. I support accountability. I support accountability in every dollar that leaves this chamber. I support it in attaching it to the adequacy numbers that have been passed the last several budgets for our traditional public schools. I support it for charter and cyber charter schools. This has been an incredibly, not just popular, but successful program. It's been a model for the nation, a model for the nation when it comes to school choice in the United States of America. For once, Pennsylvania is not in the back looking for what could be done. We were at the forefront on school choice with the EITC and OSTC programs. And the reason they're popular, colleagues, is people vote with their feet. I understand the argument that we need to help some of the most underprivileged in our Commonwealth that are in schools that are in crisis, that are in communities that are in crisis. I do. I would advocate increasing OSTC every year. In fact, I have, right alongside EITC. And those numbers still pale in comparison to money that we were dumping into other aspects of our educational system. But I would support that increase. I will support that increase. But I think we need to make it very clear. You all have heard my story. It's a personal story. That even if a child is from a middle-class family going to a school that is a successful school, it doesn't mean that that particular student is going to have success in that environment. And just because those parents are both working middle-class jobs and can maybe afford part of an education that would fit their student and their child the best, but they can't afford the rest, well, that means they can't afford it. And it is this government program that says, middle class, underprivileged, wherever you come from, we will ensure that your child gets the education that he or she needs. Are there no kids that are failing even in successful schools? Are there no kids that are falling through the cracks of wealthy school districts? There are. And I don't want to leave those kids behind either. I don't want to leave the kids of firemen or police officers or teachers, as my dad was, behind. And I said, I am. And I said, I am. Because them having access to a high-quality education that fits them best is the key to Pennsylvania unlocking the economic development, the cultural development, and everything that we need to be successful. From Philadelphia to Pittsburgh to Allentown, Harrisburg, it doesn't matter where you're from. We cannot have kids falling through the cracks. And the one program, the one that has been so highly successful, that has been a model for the nation, has been our EITC and OST programs. And HB 2632 would undermine that. I know my colleagues disagree with me. And I know that's not a surprise. But in fact, that is what would happen. That would be the practical impact of passing this legislation. No Child Left Behind was a slogan of a federal bill many years ago. And there was a lot that sounded good, but in theory didn't work out. I can assure you that this program has not just been popular, but it has saved students' lives. It has given them the opportunity that they would not have had. And I ask this, in the whole concept of a budget, of an over $50 billion budget that we passed last year. This is such a small amount, and yet I would argue it has had an oversized success for the kids and families who have benefited from it. And this is what we target? Over $50 billion, and this program that has been successful in changing the lives of kids all across Pennsylvania, this is what we target? It makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. I highly respect my colleague from the Lehigh, who is the education chair. He and I served as counterparts in the Education Committee. And he and I are both passionate about education in Pennsylvania. I appreciate his story, and I know he's heard mine plenty of times. One of the unique things about the Education Committee was, I believe we found that it was the first time that two education chairs, while they were education chairs, both had children in public school. It is deeply personal to us. It is deeply personal to him and me. And we will have disagreements in policy, but I would implore my colleagues to take a look at what this program has done for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The only thing that we need to do is add more money to it. We do not need to take a step backwards in terms of school choice in Pennsylvania. We need to ensure that this is available, whether you're in the middle class or an underprivileged community, whether you attend a successful public school or one that is in crisis. We need to ensure that every student has access to the education that fits them the best, and this program has been a reason that many have been able to live out that dream. I would ask for a no vote on HB 2632. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, the Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Initially, I want to thank both the prime sponsor as well as the chair of the Education Committee and the good Minority Leader. The juxtaposition between their views is appreciated, but their shared concern about the way we fund and the way we support educational opportunities is palpably obvious, and their good and decent debate is heartening. I also am one who speak frequently on the issue of education, though I will tell you it is easier for me. I am blessed. My 4 kids have gone to a great public school. But I recognize that this Commonwealth is far more diverse than any one of our experiences. And I hear voices in my caucus and even a few in the other who recognize that there needs to be alternatives. And when those alternatives are available, they need to be there for the poorest kids in the poorest schools. And while I am one who clearly speaks about our constitutional and moral and primary obligation to public schools, when the issue of choice has come up, this caucus, in the 3 years we've been in the majority, has at every step of the way put forth support for alternatives. And I won't use the vocabulary of school choice, but I will tell you the vocabulary of support for EDS, the Economically Disadvantaged Schools Program. When this majority took over, it was at $12 million a year. Today, it's tenfold higher at $110 million. And I'm not going to lie to you and say I was the primary advocate, but there were a lot of voices in this caucus who said if we're going to do this, it needs to be about the poorest kids in the poorest schools. And at the same time, I recognize that a lot of our kids are in the poorest public schools. And we matched our support for private alternatives with public choice. And I am glad to hear the Minority Leader speak with moral clarity about the importance of fully funding adequacy and equity funding for 500 school districts that have been historically, habitually, unconscionably left behind. $565 million a year, that is our annual obligation to get those poorest schools up to where their peers are, where, frankly, my kids get to go to school. But let me say this. I'm not here to defend or speak full-throatedly in defense of any school district or any tax credit program having no transparency and no accountability of how those funds are spent. This is not about public or private or what kind of private. This is about the poorest kids in the poorest schools. And this majority at every step of the way, whether in a public school or a private school, has said we will support, yes, adequate public school funding, but alternatives. But let me tell you something. When we say poor kids in poor schools, it's time we show the numbers and show what this program is doing. I believe there is much positive, but no program, no tax credit, no expenditure of $680 million of tax credit money is above examination or transparency. My God. As much as I may support a public schools, including my own, I would never say, oh, school board, auditor general, the public, you should not scrutinize how those funds are spent. That is absurd. That is a black box. That is the opposite of transparency, and I'm shocked to hear that from the minority party. Support school choice, but damn, you have an obligation to make sure those funds are spent well, they are spent properly, and that they are going to the very targeted audience you say they must. Success is making sure that alternatives exist for the poorest kids in the poorest schools. With this bill, we offer transparency, accountability, and a path for success for every kid who needs those alternatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vote yes for House Bill 2632.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? If all the members voted, clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 105, the nays are 97. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passed the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Maloney. Colleagues, he has a special announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in time for Father's Day, Evelyn Lee arrived, making it my 14th grandchild. That would be 5 children from my parents, 18 grandchildren for them, and 45 great-grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair congratulates the good gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Northampton, Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to correct the record.
The gentleman is in order and may proceed.
On House Bill 133, I was recorded in the negative. I should have been recorded in the positive. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The information will be read across the record. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Northampton, Representative Samuelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Finance Committee will hold a voting meeting immediately at the end of session today in 523 Irvis Office Building to consider House Bill 2198, printers number 2889, and any other business brought forth by the Majority Chair. Voting meeting immediately upon the end of session on House Bill 2198. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 22nd, 2026. House Bill 2656, House Bill 2659, both to education. House Resolution 571, House Resolution 572, House Resolution 573, House Resolution 574, House Resolution 575, House Resolution 577, House Resolution 578, and House Bill 2657, all those to health. House Bill 2649, House Bill 2652, House Bill 2653, all those to insurance. House Bill 2655, Judiciary. House Bill 2651, Local Government. House Bill 2654, House Bill 2658, both to Transportation.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 75, House Bill 76, House Bill 426, House Bill 1127, House Bill 1585, House Bill 2234, House Bill 2551, Senate Bill 146. Chairs in receipt of a motion from the gentleman, Representative Ham, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.